Es ist soweit für den ersten Finale für Runde Nummer 2 Deutscher Kart-Meisterschaft Saison 2026 hier in Tschechien beim Kart Arena Cheb. It's time for the first of 5 finals this afternoon for round 2 of the 2026 season, and it is OKN up first. Martina Rumlinova for MVM Racing starts on pole position with Mr. Houdini himself, Ben Goertz alongside on the front row. Jakob Kamenik and Rick Nadine round out row number 2 with Leonard Frey and Leo Zerbersdobler rounding out the top 3 rows. Konstantin Pabst and Lionel Huneker round out row 4 with Adrian Lawrence and Marius Monconseil rounding out the top 10. Maxime Becker starts 11th alongside Nicolas Simic for Lanari Racing. Emilio Bernd and Jan Schwarzer round out row number 7. Julius Berthold and Ben Fritz. Row 8, row 9, Semir Velea and Maximilian Engelstetter round out the top 9 rows, completing the top 10, top 20. CV Performance Group's Sebastian Verga Morel from Spain and Mad Performance's youngster from Germany, Charlotte Tiller, in the 123. Conor McPoylin starts 21st, alongside will be Jan Scheitel from the Czech Republic. Rounding out the grid will be Henry Melchior, Linus Koch, Len Abbas, Tom Vikop, Johannes Musotter, Jan Weibel and Mir Deutschler rounding out the grid. Air temperature has now increased to 22 degrees centigrade. Wind now to the southeast, 15 kph. Humidity 64%, 55% cloud cover. And as you can see in the background of your shot, watching those joining us on the ADAC Motorsports YouTube channel, we bid you welcome wherever you're watching the world. Thank you so much for joining us. So this first race will be 19 laps of this 1,202 meter circuit. A total race distance of 22.84 kilometers. This is where it becomes crunch time for some of these drivers. Ben Goertz said, well, we got up to speed pretty quickly after a few sessions, but, you know, respects the fact that Martina Rumlinova, our pole sitter for round number 2, is a very, very credible driver in her own right. And Rumlinova took the maximum 90 points in the superheat, which puts her on a cumulative total of 50 points gathered over the course of the race weekend. It is going to be a rolling start as we kickstart the business end of this second weekend out of 5 before we go to Ampfing for the midpoint of the championship season. Into the tram lines they go. Revs up, lights on, and the OKN final is not going to be going underway. Apparently, I think it is going to be yet another formation lap. So, full start called. So, again, it is just that case of hoping So Rumlinova and Kamenik feeling very, very confident. Kamenik was completely relaxed earlier on the grid walk just a few moments ago, but they can say they're confident, but you never know how a final might play out. Now the tension builds, the anticipation heightened, adrenaline coursing through the veins of all the drivers, and on the grandstand overlooking the start-finish straight. It is pretty much full to bursting point. People having to use the stairs that access the main building. People are watching. The gantry, just off of the final corner where the mechanics are standing, will also be fit to bursting point as we get ready and set for our second time of asking. Front row splits into the tram lines, revs up, lights on, and the final is underway. Ben Goetz got round the outside of Martina Rumlinova as we head down to turn number 2 down the long start-finish straight. It's 3 wide at points. Aber jetzt Positionwechsel am Führende. Jetzt kommt die Martina Rumlinova vorbei an der Ben Goetz mit Teamkollege aus Luxemburg, der 133 hinter ihn, der Rick Nadine. So Rumlinova starting to pull a gap over Mr. Houdini, Ben Goetz. Lead is about 4 to 6 kart lengths, but Nadine to the inside of his teammate takes second away from the German. Meantime, Jakub Kamenik is going to retake 4th place. But Rumlinova, I did ask her whether she was going to go flat out and just pull a gap, and after the opening lap, it's a mammoth. It's like Sebastian Vettel back in his Red Bull days, getting out of the DRS activation zone. Her lead is just under 1.1 seconds. Und jetzt ist der Rignadin vorbei und der Jakub Kamenik für Platz 3 auf diese zweite Runde von 18 in Gesamt, von 19 in Gesamt. Auf Platz 4. Jetzt ist der Ben Goetz. Nadine ist jetzt Zweiter hinter Rumlinova. Dann kommt Lias Ebers-Doble, Lionel Hünecker, Lennart Frey, Marius Monconseil, Adrian Lorenz und auf 10. Nach dem Saisonauftakt auf Mülsen 4 Wochen früher Konstantin Papst auf der Startnummer 111. Martina Rumlinova is finding that her gap is being reduced because Luxembourg's Rick Nadine has just put in the fastest lap of the race. 53.710 for the Luxembourger. Es gibt einen Dreikampf über Platz 2 zwischen Nadine, Kamenik und Goetz. Und am Platz 5 bleibt der Marius Bonconseil, der 127. Der hat am Platz 10 gestartet, jetzt 5. nach den ersten 2 Runden. Schnellste Zeit im ersten Sektor bei Ben Goetz, 2. Sektor bei Kamenik und nochmal gibt es Pech für ein paar Piloten. Zum Beispiel der Maximilian Engelstädter, jetzt 21. Und wir haben einen Unfall in Kurve Nummer 1. So, incident at turn 1. As Martina Rumlinova leads, and it's 1.3 seconds, and the gap is between her and countryman Jakub Kamenik, who started just behind the MVM Racing driver on the starting grid, as we're about to complete lap 4 out of 19. 15 to go. So let's see who were the people, as we've got yellow flags still at turn 1, so no overtaking permitted. So it looks like possibly Jan Weibel und Mir Deutschler. Pech für den 145 und die 113. Jan Weibel und Mir Deutschler, für die beiden Piloten ist das Rennen leider vorbei. Aber was für ein Zweikampf zwischen Bonconseil und Papst über Platz 5. Und Papst ist ganz Hinten, ganz eng hinter den Heckachsel von der Bon Conseil. Und der Papst ist in der Seite am Kurve 2. Er ist vorbei jetzt. Positionwechsel bei Konstantin Papst. Vorbeigehen an der Marius Bon Conseil in der Startnummer 127. Aber der Lead, das die Rummenigge hat, wird bei Kamenik jetzt zerstört. Und den Vorsprung, das die Piloten von MBM Racing jetzt hat nach 6 Runden, ist ungefähr knapp über 3/10 eine Sekunde. Jetzt nochmal schnellste Runde seit des Rennens bei der Konstantin Papst auf Platz 5. 52,284. Bei der Pilot von TB Racing Team. Und jetzt nochmal wie gestern Nachmittag. Zweikampf zwischen Rummenigge am Spitze hinter Kamenik. Jetzt auf Dritter ist der Houdini, der Ben Götz von ADAC Motorsport. Kann man richtig sagen, dass Ben Götz hat eine Chance, dieses Finale bei OKN heute zu gewinnen. Er hat eine Chance, wirklich von meiner Ansicht. Er hat eine Chance, aber was kann passieren? Man kann richtig nicht sagen, was werde passieren, was könnte passieren. So in other words, the unpredictability word is quite literally throwing its weight around today. Not from my perspective, however, because of the fact that we have seen that Rummenigge is, I think, being a little bit strategic. She's letting Kamenik close, but then is starting to really work the tyres into that window of opportunity. It's not always about flat-out pace. It can also be because of the fact that if you're trying to just have a little bit of a longer strategy call by keeping the tyres not overworked, and that is what Rummenigge is doing. She's now opened the gap to 2.5 tenths of a second, but Kamenik might get the whole shot, and maybe the slipstream down into turn 2. He's not close enough to form an attack. However, at this point, Rummenigge is controlling proceedings. And if she wins this final, and it is confirmed, that is going to be a maximum score of 100 points going her way, even as a guest starter. But if she does not partake in any remaining rounds of the championship, then effectively those points. But still, a win on home soil in a final will show nothing but a big, big smile on her face when she picks up that winner's trophy. Of course, there was a competition set up this weekend by our friends at 32.5, who are the backers of the pole position award. There was a big polythene case, and everyone was asked to guess the weight. Okay, jetzt kommt nochmal ein Angriff. Rignadin gegen Konstantin Papst, und der Deutsche ist jetzt vorbei am Kurve 2, Runde Nummer 10 von 19. So, nochmal Steigerung bei Leistung und bei Pace und Performance bei der 111 von TB Racing Team. Und es gibt nochmal viel mehr Kilometer zu fahren auf dieser 1202 Meter langen Streckenkurs hier in Cheb. Rummenigge just making sure that she's hitting all her marks. And there you see the stricken carts of Jan Weibel and Mia Deutschler on the sandbed on the outskirts of turn number 1. But Ben Götz is closing in. The driver from ADAC Motorsport now has the fastest lap of the race, 51.768, and continues to push the tempo. Does the young driver from Germany. Nach 10 Runden das Vorteil zwischen Rummenigge, Kamenik und Götz für alle 3 Piloten über 6/10 Eine Sekunde insgesamt. Aber jetzt kommt das Angriff und vorbei geht der Kamenik am Humlenova. Er hat schon jetzt entscheidet, okay, dann werde ich Führender sein. Nicht hinter die Pilotin am Spitze des Felds. Ich möchte, dass die Martine nicht vorne mir sitzt. Und dann werde ich noch mal etwas machen. Und er hat entscheidet, okay, dann werde ich an vorne stehen. Und jetzt, ich denke, das kommt ein kleines Überraschung von Strategie von der Ben Götz. Er bleibt hin und her hinter die beiden Piloten aus dieses Land. Und vielleicht versucht er noch Ball vorbeigehen, aber dieses Versuch war nicht erfolgreich für der 117. Und ich habe schon gesehen, ja, okay, da ist der Konstantin Papst. Und jetzt kommt der Ben Götz in der Seite an Martino Humlenova. Starkes Defense bei den Piloten. Aber jetzt bis zum letzten Kurve. Ben Götz versucht in der Seite zu gehen, zu überholen, aber leider klappt das nicht. Und jetzt ist der Papst in diesem Vierkampf für das Sieg. Konstantin Papst has now made it very, very close towards one of his chief rivals, Ben Götz. And the gap between the top four after 12 laps out of 19 is just under 9.5 tenths of a second. Gibt es auch ein hartes Zweikampf und Kontakt zwischen, ich denke, das war ja den 125 Lionel Hönecker gegen der 155 der Maxim Becker. Und hinter die beiden auf den Energy Cross Chassis der 150 Emilio Berndt und der Lias Ebersdoble der 131 dann folgt. 6 laps to go. And Kamenik is now starting to pull the pin on the grenade. Oh, dive bomb and a half. Great move there by Emilio Berndt. And that was through. And also went with him was Lias Ebersdoble. And that was through on the 125 Lionel Hönecker. Leider der 125 Lionel Hönecker hat 2 Plätze verloren durch Kurve 2. Wenn der Emilio Berndt und der Lias Ebersdoble ist den deutschen Pilot vorbeigehen an Kurve Nummer 2. Jetzt läuft zum Ende Runde Nummer 14 von 19. 5 Runden bis zum schwarz-weiß karierte Flagge. Und jetzt neue schnellste Runde seit bei der Konstantin Papst. 51,479. Und für den 111 von TB Racing Team schnellste zweiten und dritten Sektor von allen Piloten auf dem ganzen Feld hier in die Finale für OKN. So now Kamenik, has he decided to go a little bit too early? And that can also depend on what the other drivers behind are keeping in reserve. And that is very, very crucial. Very crucial indeed. But it is still just over 9.5 tenths of a second between first and fourth. And Konstantin Papst now closing in on Ben Götz. Aber nach dieser Runde weit 3 Runden bis zum schwarz-weiß karierte Flagge und das Vierkampf an Spitze des Felds geht weiter so. 0,987 Sekunden zwischen insgesamt Jakub Kamenik, Anführender, Martino Humlenova auf Platz 2. Platz 3 Ben Götz, Platz 4 der Konstantin Papst auf Startnummer 111. Dann in Platz 5 der Luxemburger Rick Nadine 6. Adrian Lorenz, 7. Lennart Frey, 8. Marius Monconsey, 9. Maxim Becker und den letzten Pilot in den Top 10 ist der Startnummer 131, Lias Ebersdoble. So just over 2.5 kilometers left to go. 2 laps remain. Kamenik is leading, but can Rumlanova close him in? She's got to within 0.37 of a second. Gertz, don't count him out. Konstantin Pabst, don't count him out. This could be a really exciting conclusion to this race. You might think, well, it's been a bit processional. Well, there's going to be somebody that's going to make a move, and the first person to do so was Konstantin Pabst. Trying to go through on Ben Gertz, could not get the move completed. And Gertz, Mr. Houdini, does it again. He just keeps his carts in front of the driver behind him. Konstantin Pabst once again trying to get through. But now it's going to go down to the wire. The 2 Czech drivers at the front end of the field will go round for one more time. Lap 19 out of 19. The final lap gets underway here in the OKN final. It's Kamenik versus Rumlanova. Gap is 2.5 tenths of a second and closing. Rumlanova could get the overspeed and maybe might be able to chance it as Ben Gertz to the inside stays ahead of Konstantin Pabst in the battle for P3. The last step of the rostrum. Was für ein Zweikampf zwischen der Gertz und der Pabst über Position Nummer 3 auf diese letzte Runde. Hier bei die Finale für OKN. Und nochmal ein Versuch. Und ist der Konstantin Pabst neben der Ben Gertz. Und hier kommt die Martina Rumlanova gegen seinen Landesmann Jakub Kamenik. Nochmal ein paar Kurve bis zum schwarz-weiß karierte Flagge. Hier kommt dem Tagrace. Letzte Kurve. Und jetzt siegt Kamenik. Kamenik bei 0,084 und in den Zweikampf für Platz 3. Erfolgreich ist der Nummer 117. Der Houdini von ADAC Motorsport. Ben Gertz hat es geschafft. Jakub Kamenik beats Martina Rumlanova. A Czech 1-2 on home soil. 84 thousandths at the end of the race decided it all. Ben Gertz rounds out the top 3, pipping Konstantin Pabst for provisionally the final step on the rostrum by less than 0.2 of a second. Rick Nadine P5, then at 5 P6. Vorne von Adrian Lorenz, Maxim Becker, Marius Monconsey und der Elias Ebersdoble auf Platz 10. Steigerung bei der Spanier, der Nummer 184, Sebastian Verga-Morel. Tom Wickop, 26. auf Platz 26 gestartet, auf Überstart und Ziel 12. geworden. Vorne von Jan Schwarzer, Semir Valleja, Niklas Simic, Len Abbas, Ben Fritz, Maximilian Engelstädter, Lionel Hönnecke auf 19. Platz und auf Platz 20 der Pilot aus Irland, Conor McPoylin. Number 119 rounds out the top 20. Julius Berthold, Charlotte Tiller, Jan Scheitel, Henry Melchior, Linus Koch and Johannes Musotter made it to the end of the race. Emilio Bernd retired on lap 16 with the incident between Jan Weibel and Mia Deutschler on turn 1, lap 4, eliminated both drivers from the final.
Wir haben hier am Red Bull Ring mit dem DTM-Fahrerlager am Montag begonnen. Haben wir die ersten Striche ins Fahrerlager eingeklebt. Dann kommen nach und nach die verschiedenen Gewerke, wie die Porsche Hospitality oder auch unsere DTM Hospitality, die dann am Dienstagmorgen hier angefangen haben aufzubauen.
wahnsinnige Atmosphäre. Ich bin total happy, das Wochenende hier gewesen zu sein.
Wir haben eine unzählige Vielfalt an Berufen und wir sind natürlich auch total daran interessiert, dass gerade die jungen Leute zu uns kommen. Also ich würde sagen, es ist für jeden was dabei.
Es ist immer ein wahnsinnig schönes Gefühl, wenn man die Leute wieder auf die Straße bekommt. Aber eben auch als Veranstalter vom Motorsport finde ich es wahnsinnig toll. Wir machen das ja auch, weil wir gerne irgendwas mit Motoren machen.
Außerhalb von Deutschland, Österreich und der Schweiz ist die DTM in über 200 Territorien live oder real life zu sehen.
Herzlich willkommen aus dem kompletten Namen German Airways Richtung Nürburgring und heiße Sie auf herzlich willkommen.
Man kommt hier sehr, sehr nah an die Teams, man kann in die Garagen reingucken. Also es ist wirklich alles da und ich glaube, es ist einfach eine super Atmosphäre hier.
Wir bewegen Deutschland. 22,6 Millionen Mitglieder. Wir kümmern uns um sie. Mehr als 3,6 Millionen Einsätze jährlich. Wir sind immer an ihrer Seite. In der Luft. Auf der Straße. Und auf der Rennstrecke.
Und jetzt geht sie los, die Saison! Motorsport vom Allerfeinsten.
Wir sind bei euch.
The season is about to roar into life.
Wo immer ihr seid. Von Anfang an. Bis Träume wahr werden.
The grid is very interesting. Was für eine Show. Radio check 1, 2.
2700 Motorsport-Events. 150.000 Teilnehmer. 2 Millionen Zuschauer.
There is a massive crowd. Rad an Rad. Mehr geht nicht.
Und hinter all dem
Weltklasse.
stehen 4 Buchstaben.
you know, it's always, you know, DKM is always a very, very challenging championship. You've got a hometown driver in the form of Marek Scriven alongside you. You've got Matej, your teammate, Daniel Schell, who is the winner at the final at Moors, and KZ2 is always unpredictable, isn't it? Always a long game. Let's head over to the outside of the front row. The racing team on the front. It's been very competitive. I mean, these guys are giving you a run for your money on a home soil, aren't they? Seeing you guys long back straight away, pushing, I think, close to what, 135 kilometres an hour before you're hard on the brakes, down to around first, second gear. This track really is so fast and flowing. It's all about being in that right rhythm state of mind here, Cheb, isn't it? Marek, with the very, very best of luck. Hopefully you get a win here on the final run home. So Marek Scriven from TV Red Team. Yes, we've got a bit of a kick there. Afternoon, buddy. How are you? Daniel. Especially when you've got your teammate on road too. I mean, when I first joined, I was really, really impressed with the Right, for round 2, DKM 2026, I have a guest alongside me. Let me introduce the man himself. And it is none other than one of the main men, Mike Ziebecker from Formula K SRP. Welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Bit of a different vantage point from normally having a walkie-talkie and an ear set in your right ear, thinking about what's going on. But it's been, despite the fact low on numbers this weekend, still very competitive.
Of course, DKM is super competitive. You're right. The number in the DKM is not that high of the drivers, but I guess, to be honest, it's always like the high class of the drivers. And once you compare KZ1 and KZ2, there is also sometimes 30 drivers in KZ1, but 120 in KZ2. So I think it will be always like this. Who have a choice, choose to be just there with the top guys if you can go on the second level. But I think it's still important to have this like top class category. Otherwise, all the rookies will have super tough to enter in the championship.
Yes.
So I really love this these 2 classes in the DKM, and I think that's a really good.
Right, it's going to be 25 laps, the longest race of the weekend.
Yeah, it will be super tough for the drivers.
So, Mike, 25 laps, which means we hit 30.05 kilometers of total distance. This track is very fast, very short. It's very stop and go. What I mean by that, folks, is that, you know, we both know that these guys are running 6-speed shifter karts, which can do 0 to 100 kilometers an hour, probably less than 2 seconds, topping out at about 140 kilometers an hour before they bang down the gearbox at turn 2. It's a skill set that you really, really need to be on point with here in this part. And I like what you said a bit with regards to KZ2 Cup, where we will see some of your drivers in action a little bit later on, like Jaden Gushigan, for instance.
Yep.
But we've also got Matej Prois.
The local.
A local. We've got Emilian Denner also, who had that technical misfortune, eliminated him from the final, which meant that Daniel Stell took the victory. But still, I want to ask you a question. Marcus Kayak, where is he hiding at the moment? Because I was looking forward to seeing him this weekend.
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe he's listening yesterday, so hello, Marcus.
2024 champion in this category.
Yeah, right. I think last year he was second in the championship. So we started the season, and he already told me he probably gets some offers to drive with the Porsche.
Yes.
And I said, okay, Marcus, that's a great opportunity for all your career. So if you can, of course. If not, I'm super happy that you stay with us in the DKM. So we started this season in Mulsanne, and I think that was a decent start for him.
Yeah.
And but then after Mulsanne, he got this offer from some Baltic team that he can drive. Yes. And we leave him to do it, and it was very well. I think he won both races at the Red Bull Ring. So good.
He's a dab hand, is Marcus, whatever he puts his hands on in terms of the steering wheel. So, Marcus, if you're listening, please come back for Curtin when I'm back in the championship, mate, when we're back there in the F-Landring in Nordrhein-Westfalen. But here is your grid. Denner on pole position. Marek Scriven alongside on the front row. Daniel Stell, winner of the final at the season opener at Mulsanne 4 weeks ago, lines up on the inside of row 2. Ahead of another hometown hero, which is under your camp, Mike.
Yeah.
Matej Prois. Robert Kindervater, a new addition to the team for 2026, has been improving all the way through Mulsanne and now lines up on P5. He's joined by the leading CS competition driver in this weekend, not the points leader. That will be Jaden Thien starting on P7. It's Dion van Verven from the Netherlands. Tommy van der Strooijs from MP Kart Racing starts 8th ahead of Norton Andreasen, Julian Carmen, Simon Billman, Jerry Safranek, Matti Vandenbroek and Janti Bomer, rounding out the 14-strong grid. The quality that we see in this class every single year, including the fact that Marcus Kayak won the title 2024. And I still remember he came back fighting and challenged Danilo Albanese right to the final last year at Wackersdorf. I remember, I should know, I was bleeding well there.
Yeah, it was right. Let's not talk too much about this race because there was something really dirty going on. But let's forget about this.
No, we're not. No.
But yeah,
the
right.
comeback. The comeback was what, and he got the Road to DTM title again as well for the second year in a row. But Mike, as a team boss, what's the first thing that's going in your mind? Please don't swear. We are live on the ADAC Motorsports YouTube channel. But what is the first thing when these guys start to line up? What's the first thought as a team manager? What's the first thought that's going through your head?
I'm checking by myself that my driver is standing right in the box, especially here this race, and then just hope for a good start and make a good corner. So
here we go, underway.
Basically works out, not for us this time.
Well, I think with these 25 laps here, Mike, it's going to be a case, I think, as Emilian rightly said on the grid walk, it's about looking at the longer game, looking at the points you can score. It's 50 points for a win in the final here, folks, and Denner already starting to catch Scriven, who got round past him through at turn one, having home track advantage. So will Matej Preuss. So expect the two Czech drivers as Denner. Oh, that's the style we know from the Frenchman there.
It's a super technical track here. So especially in the first laps, you need to make sure you stay close and don't let the guys go away. And even then, it's super tough to overtake here. The track is really nice. All the paddock, everything is super. It's just a little bit tough for overtaking, especially in the KZ categories. But yeah, I think we will see a very, very nice 24 laps now.
So after the opening lap, we're going to see a little bit of a dive, and that was into turn one. Someone definitely, I think that might have been Simon Billman getting through on Julian Cameron for 10th place. And look, the man from Sweden in the Birolot gets through on the man from the Netherlands for CS competition aboard the Sodi kart. And then they've got a crop promotion chassis right behind, because Jelte Bouma, Julian Cameron's countryman, is right behind them with Safranek and Vandenbroek down at the tail end of the field. But still, we're only on lap 2. Scriven is lighting up the timesheets purple as here goes Shell trying to get through on Matej Preuss through at the triangle at the top of the circuit. And again, this is what we see in KZ2 here, Mike, that you really do have to be very, very committed with those overtakes.
Of course, yeah. You can't do any like half things. This is always losing of time, and I think pretty soon we will see some overtaking from Stel here. He's really on pressure, and I think he has a good pace. So I'm pretty sure soon we will see something happen here. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You have to send it completely, and that's also the thing young drivers struggle most when they change in the KZ category. Just send it really hard, and at the same time you need to be fair. I mean, we all can kick out somebody, but that's not about racing. It's about hard, tough overtakes, and yeah, I think that's the difference between...
Daniel Stell off the circuit, 2 wheels on the grass, just about saves it and nearly clatters into the back of Matej Preuss. And now this is bringing on Dion van Verven and Robert Kinderwater, another new signing. You've definitely bolstered your ranks this year, Mike, I have to say, with two very experienced individuals, and they really are starting to flourish in this second round of the season here in the DKM.
Yeah, Robert is our German driver holding the flags up for the team, national German flags. So yeah, crossing always the fingers for him, as for everybody. But yeah, I hope he can make some positions.
Yeah, so we are still early doors in this race here for the KZ2 final. And Scriven is, again, going purple every single sector. He's opening up the gap to what is now going to be probably the best part of just 1.1 seconds as a move from Tommy van der Stroys. That was through on Robert Kinderwater. A little bit robust from the Dutchman, a little bit of sidewall contact between the tyres, right to left. But that's the thing. You get someone who's young and hungry, like Tommy van der Stroys, a new addition at MP Kart Racing. Took the Dutch KZ2 national title last year after a brilliant battle with Jens Ter, and also was the winner of this year's Karting Champions League. So, which had 2 rounds, one at Genk, one at Marienborg. I should know I was actually doing the commentary for that one, and that was like we had big grids, but still for a driver like him. Also last year's KZ2 Cup champion is in this field as well, Jaden Teen. So there is a lot of progression in the world of KZ2, and that's one of the things I love about this shifter class here, Mike, is the fact it is brutal. It is like literally if the shifter on the right-hand side of the steering column got a chance to rip your arm out of the socket, it would take it.
Right, that's true, that's true. And yeah, and like you said, you can see the level as Jaden Teen was winning and was having an incredibly good season last year in the DSKC. Now here in the DKM, you see it's a different level of drivers, and I think, like I said before, this is the good point of the DKM, of this championship, that you have a rookie season in the DSKC, and yeah, he took this opportunity, he took the championship, and now he's in.
Now he's with the big boys.
Big boys here, yeah.
He's got to put his big boy pants on. But we are 5 laps in. We're on lap 6 at the moment. And now Emilian Denner is starting to match Marek Scriven on pace. 27 thousandths separating each other on the previous lap after lap 5. So Emilian's closing the gap slowly but surely. But the gap is about 1.1 seconds at the moment. Matej Broys holding the flag for not just Formula K SRP, but also for this nation. A home track for him. Rounding out the top 3. Daniel Stell has just gone purple in the opening sector and has put in his personal best, but it's Scrivan who's put the overall fastest lap of the race down, 49.822. So it's, and one of the things that I think a lot of people kind of don't really understand with regards to these longer races when we're pushing 30 kilometers. So these drivers are out on track for 25, 30 minutes. They're really, really put through the ringer. They've got to be physically fit, and the mental side of it, when you know that your body is flagging, but the adrenaline through your bloodstream is like kicking you up the backside, saying no, you've got to keep your mind sharp. I think a lot of people just don't understand the strategy with these longer races as well, Mishi, because there's always that, you've got to think of, okay, how much fuel are we going to need for the race, and what is the window of keeping the tyres happy that you're still able to have a consistent run, as Robert Kinderwater has just gone through on Tommy van der Stroy's at turn 2. So nice work by the man from Germany. I think it's also these tyres. They kind of have, there's a sort of like a finite window of tyre optimization.
There is a window from the new tyre that you have actually between lap 3 to lap 6 in the quali. So obviously in the qualifying you do a higher tire pressure to keep the window even smaller, but a higher peak. Now in the final the pressure will be a little bit lower. You will have the peak still between lap 3 to maybe the first 7 laps. I think that's also what we can see here a little bit, as Marek Scrivan was on new tires. Most of the rest of the guys took already the new tires in the pre-final, so that tire advantage should be going a little bit less within the next 4 or 5 laps maybe, and
so
then it should be quite equal.
So probably when we get to about half distance, when we get to like lap 12, lap 13.
I'm curious to see how his lap times will change during the last 10 laps, right?
Okay, have to give a shout out to Jaden Teen's mum, Kim. Thank you very much for the info. Jaden actually, he severely bruised his ribs on Thursday and he's struggling to breathe. So Jaden Teen, our points leader, currently running P9. Have to say a big shout out to good friend and former driver, now driver coach, Tom Muller, running in Senior X30 in the DKM last year. But thank you very much, Kim. Hope you're keeping well. A big thank you to everyone that is currently watching on the ADAC Motorsport YouTube channel. Over 440 people now watching. So a big thank you to you all for joining us for live coverage. So, and a big thank you, Mike. I know that we've made a little pact that you're going to join me for the KZ2 final at Kerpen in the middle of August when we go to the Erflandring in Nordrhein-Westfalen.
Yeah.
But again, this is what I love about this. I mean, I got introduced to shifter class racing. I think it was through Chrono Karting, where we've had like Jens Hör, Tommy van der Stroy. I know that there's a few drivers that I know from KZ2 and KZ2 Masters that are saying, we'll see it. They've already said to me this weekend, I've had messages, they go, yeah, see it at Circuit Park Birmingham. Yeah, a former haunt of the early 1990s for the FIA European Karting Championships next week. But again, KZ2, shifter kart racing, is so universally loved. And that's why you see people like Davide Forre and Paolo Ippolito and so many others decide not to go through the levels of motorsport, but dedicate their entire careers to karting. And Davide's still competing in his late 40s as well. I mean, it just shows that, karting's for everybody, and age is just nothing but a number.
I think with Davide Ferrer, you have the best example. Right now, this weekend, he's competing in La Conca at the Italian Championship. He just finished the pre-final on P3. Sorry if I'm wrong, but I think he's about 51 or 52. Fighting with guys with 16, 17. It's crazy.
He's making me feel young. No, but also Davide Ferrer, a previous Scusa Supernats winner on the streets of Las Vegas. So.
Yep.
But we are getting closer and closer to half distance. And Marek Skrivan has cantered away into the distance from Emilian Denner. Jaden Teen, I think the ribs have given up the ghost, and he is going to call time on his race.
Yeah,
a real shame for Jaden. I mean, obviously, he's one of the biggest competitors for CS.
Yeah, but anyway, you don't want to win a race or a championship if somebody's hurt. So I'm really sorry for this and for the team. I hope we have a good, quick recovery and that we see him back for Genk. For Sano. The second round of the European Championship in 3 weeks.
Yep, and then of course we've got the third round of our season, Kalban Amfing.
Right, 2 weeks after the European, right?
Yep. And there's a lot of, and obviously for those wondering, the FIA World Championships for the gearbox category is going to be at Le Mans, I think this year.
Yep.
Funny enough, middle of September, because 3 weeks before we have the Grand Prix karting, and you'll be pleased to know I'm on the microphone for that one, buddy. So I'll see you at Le Mans in 2 weeks after we go. Well, 2 weeks after the DKM goes to Capen for round 4. But again, we're getting to that halfway point, and now we're going to hopefully, from your perspective, let's look at it from a neutral perspective. You said about the tyres that Marek, he's gone through that layer of bitumen, gone through, scrubbed that off, and now the tyres are going to go through that heat cycle. And it's always the rear tyres that tend to suffer the most. I mean, you guys must see a hell of a lot of pickup on the outer edges of the rear tyres. I kind of get worried that if there's so much rubber pickup, is it going to foul the rear axle and cause a problem with the braking system? But that never happens. It's always the rear tyres that struggle.
Yeah, that's true. The rear tyre, especially in the KZ, getting the most consumption, getting the most heat. And this is also where you can see the difference between like a professional driver and some of the rookies. We have to use a different tyre pressure to adapt the drive style. Once you slide more on the kart, you heat up the tyre more. You have more tire consumption, and you will never have a good lap time. So it's a circle of bad things that's going around, and that's all about controlling the tire good, the experience of a good driver, and yeah.
Also, just have to make a mention, Strecken Crew KCT, led by their fearless leader, Mr. Camilo Hossinger. They lost a very, very valuable member of their team earlier on, actually within the last 48-hour, Heinze, who we paid a tribute to, a minute's silence on the start grid before morning warm-up yesterday before we went into time qualifying. And a big thank you to Strecken Crew, KCT, and also the marshals that have been here, because without them, we cannot go racing every single weekend. So chapeau to everybody that has helped us out at the circuit. A big thank you to Tomasz and the team here at Katarina Cheb. I mean, Tomasz has put a lot of investment into this circuit here, Mike, and it's clearly shown, new tarmac, new mechanics gantry, all the fencing round by the start-finish straight, all brand new.
It's great.
Or as we would say in Germany, ganz nagelneu. But it's really good to see that there's another track apart from Trinich at the Steel Ring, which is like literally 15-20 minutes from the Czech-German border. And it's another welcome addition, I think, for us to have a premiere here in the DKM.
Yeah, we had already some meeting yesterday, team meeting. And what I hear also from nearly everybody is people like the track, the drivers like the track. So very positive. So I think there's a quite big percentage that we will come back next year with the DKM to Cheb, to Cheb, like they say. Sorry, Cheb.
Yeah.
Only thing, like I say, it's
that kind of
racing is quite
gets me
tough here
confused
for
with
the
the
overtaking.
Sorry to cut across.
No.
It's like certain ways of pronouncing it, but well, we know it's Cheb, so we'll just keep on calling it that. But yeah, like you say, I think we should hopefully now see a little bit of a differential. The gap has expanded between Marek Skrivan and Emilian Denner to now just under 3.1 seconds. And there we see the people on the gantries.
I see my guys standing.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we can see your guys on the left-hand side just behind the timing tower on the screens that we see up here in the commentary position. But that is a wonderful sight, that how everyone embraces the world of karting. We've got the mechanics gantry just off of the final corner. Very fast final section. I must say here, though, Mike, because you come out of that sort of like 90 left, 90 right, then a quick flick left-hander, and then it's on the power. And like to be honest with you, I couldn't really tell whether I could actually hear anybody lifting through turn 1. To be honest with you, because like they're flat out.
It's almost flat.
Oh, okay.
No, actually they have to shift down 1 gear here in the first corner, and then fully back on the throttle. But the minis are going flat out.
Oh yes, the minis definitely have been very, very entertaining this weekend. I think we've really seen some great battles up and down the order. But just for those watching at home, again, just a big thank you for everyone joining us here for the second round for the 2026 Deutsche Kart-Meisterschaft season here at Kart-Arena Cheb. And we're just literally 3 minutes from the local motorway, which you can actually see in the background of shot, and that is just parallel to Sector 3. But Skrivan leads from Denner, Preuss, Stell, Van Verven, Kinderwarter, Andreasen, Van der Stroy is now 8th, Simon Billman, and Julian Kalman rounding out your top 10 with Safranek, Van der Broek, and Bulmer. Bulmer rounding out the 13 that are still competing. Unfortunately, due to injury, Jaden Teen has decided to retire and will come back at round 3. So get well soon, Jaden. When he's competing, and as we saw at Mulzen, Mike, he was very, very much on point. He carried that momentum through from what was a very, very good year from him last year. And now it means that we've got a little bit of a changing of the guard. I mean, Emilian's done a really, really good job this weekend. Could have got 3 wins out of 3 had it not been for the jump start on qualifying heat 1 yesterday. But
yeah,
he seems to have the, I mean, like last year, obviously he was in a rival camp, but he switched to you guys. And I noticed his body language. He seems a lot more relaxed now.
Right,
he's got a new environment to get used to.
The racing is so much about the mental stuff. Once the driver feel good in the head, you can win races. Even if you have the best material, you will never win once the driver, the mechanic, all the group of people working on a weekend. And you guys mostly just see a driver sitting in a car, but there is so many more behind. Obviously, there is a mechanic. There is a chassis engineer coming. There is a data engineer. There are engine guys.
Yes, one notable man we need to name check, Fabian Federer.
Yeah.
I still remember when that man came over to do a one-off appearance at Rissington for the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, alongside another friend of the Formula K family, Rush Performance, Brian Rush.
Brian Rush, yeah, hello Brian, right. It's a part of the family for many, many years.
Oh, yeah.
Brian, I knew Brian for so many years. I was actually racing by myself against his son, and I was doing modern engines at this time for him. So yeah, we know each other for a very long time. I'm very happy for this partnership with him, and he's doing an amazing job over there in the UK. So hello to everybody from UK watching us. And yeah, I hope we can come next year again for one race.
Yeah,
we was there at Warden Law.
Yeah, Warden Law, oh, what a place.
Awesome.
Yeah, I know, I still remember, what was it? Fabian came over for he won both.
Little Rissington.
Yeah, came to Rissington where you couldn't use the boot because you went flat out to about 140, 150 kilometers an hour down the back stretch. And I remember I had to do the interview completely in German, and we did it just before free practice, 90 seconds until the gate closed. We nailed the interview straight away, 30 seconds worth of footage. It was edited, put on the highlights, and then I see Fabian just absolutely steal a march on everybody. But the good thing is that he, like a lot of people, have come through the sport. You know, he's been so successful for many a year. And for people wondering, there are parts of Italy that do speak German, and it's just the fact that Fabian is one of those people. If you've ever watched Tucci, Stanley Tucci, the famed American actor, he's gone round. He's got a wonderful series talking about culture through food in Italy, because obviously his heritage is there, and there are places in Germany, like where Fabian lives.
Yeah, I think we should say hello to Südtirol. Hello to everybody.
Liebe Grüße an alle Zuschauer von Südtirol. Vielen lieben Dank. But again, we're seeing now that there are so many people coming through the sport, and that's great to see that someone like Fabian is still very much part of the SRP family.
Yeah.
Works hard behind the scenes. I always see his hands really, really mucky whenever I shake hands with him. That's part and parcel of the karting world, folks. But we are coming down towards the final hurrah in this at the moment, and it looks very good for Formula K SRP, because Denner and Preuss running in formation in the number 3 and the number 6, but Marek Skrivan is away and clear by nearly 3.8 seconds, and it's going to be another 2.404 kilometers of race distance left to go, which means we are on course for 2 different winners in the final. But more to the point, it is going to mean that Emilian Denner is going to pick up a big amount of points in this round of the series, heading into Kartbahn Amping for the 3rd round of the season. But again, you can definitely tell that there's always that rivalry between teammates here, isn't there?
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Matej is
I'm seeing it. They're coming closer and closer, so my heart is beating more and more. But you know, there is also Denner had an infection, and he's really feeling not good. He have also fever, so we are really happy if he can finish the next 2 laps. And yeah, incredible that he can show this performance with his body at the moment, and I hope also that he recover quickly. But Matej and Emilian are also good friends, so if he pass him, I don't expect a crash. So I have no regime. So who is faster, who can take the win? But talking about Marek Skrivan, he's making the gap lap by lap. He's super fast. He's a tenth faster than the rest of the field. And I think it's like his home garden, right? It's his home track. He's living
same for Matej as well. But we are on the final lap out of number 25. Mike Zibica, I want to say a big thank you for jumping in.
You're very welcome.
First time for you being on the mic for the people to actually hear, and hopefully we'll have a few more laughs when we catch up again in the middle of August at the Erflandring in Kerpen. But it is now one moment where we say, well, congratulations to Daniel Stell for winning the final at Mulsen, despite the technical issues of Emilian Denner. But this man took the lead on turn 1, lap 1. He is going to win on home soil. It is TB Racing and Marek Skrivan that win the KZ2 final here at Kart Arena Cheb after 25 laps. That is 30.05 kilometers, all completed by the Czech Republic driver. And it is a 2-3 for Formula K SRP factory team. France's Emilian Denner taking P2 and Matej Brois taking P3, rounding out your top 3. Daniel Stell, the winner from Mulsen in the final, takes 4th ahead of Dion van Verven, being the first of the CS competition drivers across the line in 5th. Robert Kinderwater takes P6 ahead of Norton Andreasen, Tommy van der Stroys, Julian Carmen and Simon Billman from Sweden rounding out the top 10. Then Jiri Safranek, Matti Vandenbroek rounding out the 12 finishers in that race, with Hjalte Bomme and Jaden Teen retiring on lap 21 and lap 9 respectively, and get well soon Jaden after the rib injury earlier on this week. So Skrivan takes the victory on home soil after 25 laps in the KZ2 final. Up next very soon, we'll be heading from KZ2 to KZ2 Cup for their final race of the weekend.
Let's go racing. Good opportunity to try and make up some places, but there's a lot of battling going on.
Takes the victory there, first win in the ADAC GT Masters.
Im dritten Gridwalk dieses Wochenende bei Runde Nummer 2, Deutsche Kart-Meisterschaft 2025. Right, Mr. Wimmer, Mr. Lansinger, it's an all-team. I have to say, circuit,
yeah, it's a very good feeling. My home track, many fans over here. Yeah, pretty good.
Now, never in my wildest dreams, Mr. K. Now, how's this for a strike rate? A fourth, a third, a second, victory. Mittag, wie geht's dir? Führen in die Meisterschaftswertung. Der junge Mann von Deutschland. Wie geht's dir?
Gut, und selbst?
Ja, was hat mich von deiner Wenigkeit mir ganz begeistert? Deine Leistung, dein Pace, besonders bei dem Zweikampf mit der Holländer da drüben, ne?
Ja, war harter Kampf, aber war fair und ja, mal gucken, wie es jetzt gleich im Finale läuft.
Ja, und ich denke, dass du bist der erste Pilot von der Team von Mike Siebecker und alle bei Formula K. Ich denke, dass wir können etwas Spezielles von dir sehen bei dem Finale.
Ich hoffe auch.
Okay, dann bin ja, 100%. Right, let's...
Fine, like it is a big surprise for me, yeah, because during Friday practice I have terrible. I was outside top 30 and now I'm 5th, so it's amazing.
Got Powell AZ2, Marek Scrivan and Mate Preuss getting 1-3. Do you think we could see another couple of Czechs making it to the podium again? Because we've had that quite a bit here, because it's home soil for you guys.
I don't know, everything can happen in the final, yeah, but I would like to be behind him. I think he's fast and he could win easily.
Well, Martin, wishing you all the very, very best of luck. Let's see. Right, there's one driver I do want to speak to. It's the comeback king, Ilyan Yankov.
Ready.
Well, 3-minute ball is going to... I know I've got to go up to the commentary box very shortly, but you've had a story tale, you've had a fairy tale comeback from qualifying after what happened, and then to finish, I think it was P3, I think it was in your superheat. You must be feeling on cloud 9 this far up the grid.
Yeah, I feel very good. Let's see the race. I feel confident. After turn 1, we'll see.
Ilyan, wishing you all the very best of luck. Time for me to get upstairs. And let's go racing for KZ2 one more time. So we are now halfway through our finals here for round 2 of the season. Here for the Deutsche Kart-Meisterschaft for 2026. It's time to take you through the starting order for the top 36. Final 4, KZ2 Cup, and it's an all-TV racing team front row. Pavel Wimmer versus Kevin Lantinger on the front row. Keep your eyes on the youngster in the 485. Germany's Oliver Schettler. He's got Manuel Kasten, the current championship leader, alongside him on row number 2. All Czech row 3, Martin Antos and Andrej Pikl. with Kevin Wagner and the comeback king this weekend, Bulgaria's Ilyan Yankov, rounding out row 4. Fifth row, Oskar Steinbach and Jaden Göschingen. Auf Platz 11 startete Nico Bognar, 413. 451 auf Platz 12, Thomas Kugela, vorne von Marcel Ernst, Marc Svarisch, Quintin van Leuven, Marc Gestenkron, Radek Wawra, Eric Wess, Emmanuel May und auf Platz 20 startete Nummer 466, Valentin Knödel. 36 drivers made it through, and the last few drivers will be Karl Luthart, Yannick Hemmert, Karl Liesmer, André Duba, Matthias Pörzel, Rick Hartmann, Sascha Dreher, Louis Esser, Adrian Martins from Austria, and the Czech Republic's Václav Prochaska. Running out the top 30 with Christopher Zaxter, Jason Doverstein, Dirk van Siftout, Maximilian Petrovic, Barry Gregory, and Lithuania's Khalil Soda rounding out the grid. Those not making it through, Kevin Rosenbeek, Lucy Zimilova, Milan van Winden, Max Hirsel, Lucas Lehnert. So it seems like a few drivers have made it through, basically after the final intermediate classification, if some have withdrawn. But 36 drivers about to take to the grid for 20 laps. And the sunshine is still on the circuit. The circuit has remained bone dry. We're looking at a distance total of 24.09 kilometers from lights out to checkered flag by the race leader. So we are getting down to the nitty-gritty. Manuel Castel, the number 406, is the championship leader coming into this round. As we, after this, will next see KZ2 Cup in action at the midpoint of the season. We'll be heading to Cup an Amping 17th to the 19th of July. Kaupen at the Erflanting in Nordrhein-Westfalen in Western Germany, 14th to the 16th of August, and then Pro Kart Raceland Circuit in Wackersdorf in Bavaria hosts the season finale, 25th to the 27th of September. But it is Pavel Wimmer, the 433, clean sweep so far this weekend. Won all 3 qualifying heats and then went up and backed it up with a win in Super Heat A. Kevin Lantinga has taken a first, a second, a third and a fourth this weekend and won his Super Heat, putting him on the outside of the front row. Oliver Stedler is my dark horse of the meeting because he has been absolutely rapid, the youngest driver on the grid. Watch out for him on the inside of row number 2. A capacity grid of 36 drivers, and some are going to be starting just before the final left-hander onto the start-finish straights. And this is how far the start goes back. We're waiting for the final couple of drivers. I think Khalil Soda and Barry Gregory about to get into position. Let's see, 20 laps. Green flag waves at the back of the field. Drivers instructors to look at the lights. Here we go for one last time. 20 laps for the final for KZ2 Cup. It's Wimmer on pole, Lantinga alongside, the revs rise. And we're underway, and a great start by Lantinga. Is he going to get round to turn 1 first? He is. as Kastel and Stedler go into battle. Kastel up to P3, and also Martin Antosh gets through on the youngster in the 485 as we head down to turn 2, and Lantinga has already got an early lead of about 4 to 6 kart lengths. Someone's straggling in the back end of the field, I think. But there, oh, someone's gone a bit wide, coming off of heading over towards Marshall post number 5. But Lantinga straight away has gotten the anchors. Well, he's got the hammer down early. Aber was für ein Start für der 432 aus Holland. Von außerseits den Sahaya, Herr Kevin Lantinga, vorne von seiner Teamkollege von TB Racing Team, der 433. Pavel Vlimmer, 2,5 Zehntel, eine Sekunde Vorsprung für Lantinga. Nach den langen Gerade bis zum Bremspunkt, bis zum zweiten Gang, müssen alle Leute schalten von 6. Gang und voller Beschleunigung. So from 6 down to around 2nd gear as Pavel Vlimmer trying to do the big old clean sweep, and that would be 5 race wins out of 5. But Kevin Lantinga bringing a bit of Senior X30 rotation to KZ2 Cup. And here goes Vlimmer for the race lead, and the Czech driver is through. But Oliver Stedler now has dropped down into P5 behind Kestel and Antosh. And now the pendulum swing has gone in the favour of the 433. Leider Pech für André Juba und der Khalil Soda aus Lituanien. Und jetzt kommt Angriff bei Kestel gegen Lantinga. Und der 406 auf den Sodi-Kart ist jetzt vorbei bei der 432. Der kämpft hart auf... Oi, 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 oi. Nochmal ein großes Unfall bei Post 6. Purcell, Sachse, Proschaka und Deuvenstein. 4 Piloten mit diesem Unfall. Leider integriert. So unfortunately, a 4-car incident involving Matthias Purcell, Christopher Sachse, Vaclav Proschaka and Jason Deuvenstein. They have been given on the timing screen the blue square, which means that they are out of this race. Well, Purcell is still running. Sachs up, Prochaska and Deuvenstein are out of the race. Antosh jetzt auf Platz 4, vorne von Oliver Stedler, der junge Pilot aus Deutschland für Formula K SRP Factory Team. André Pickel jetzt auf Platz 9, der 442, schnellste Rundezeit dieses Rennen soweit, 50,858. Aber jetzt im Moment bei der Manuel Kastel auf Platz 2. Der Deutsche für CS Competition auf den Sodi-Kart. Sehr schnell, aber jetzt Angriff bei Stedler Richtung Antosh und der junge deutsche Pilot ist vorbei für Platz 4. Und jetzt hat der Vlimmer einen Vorsprung über Kastel. Das ist ungefähr in die Nähe von 9 Zehntel eine Sekunde nach 4 Runden. Wir sind jetzt auf Runde Nummer 5 von 20 insgesamt bei dieser Finale für Klasse KZ2 Cup. Und das habe ich schon gesehen bei der 495 aus Österreich. Der Adrian Martins nach 5 Runden von 20 hat 12 Plätze gewonnen. Von Platz 29 auf dem Startaufstellung. Jetzt ist der Österreicher auf Platz 17. So 12 places gained by Adrian Martins. Biggest loser, Marcel Ernst, down in 28th position and started 13th on the inside of row number 7. So there is still a lot of distance for these drivers to cover. The humidity is up. It is now 73%. So the drivers will be perspiring that a little bit more under the triple layer Nomex, the race helmet, the gloves, the boots. And the sun here in this part of the world, just outside of Odrava, the sun is actually quite abrasive as we get right. Ilyan Yankov, the man from Bulgaria, gets through, and that is on local driver Martin Antosh for P5. So one of the things that these drivers always have to consider when it comes to being at this kind of competitive site. Oh, and there's a problem. Oh, who's that that's just pulled off? Was that Pavel Vimmer? Was that Pavel Vimmer, the race leader in the 433? Yes, it is. Pavel Vimmer out of the final. Technical problems. He was slowing coming down the straightaway from turn 1, and that has handed the lead to Manuel Kastel for CS Competition as Kevin Lantinger and Oliver Stedler go into battle. Und jetzt ist der junge Deutsche vorbei. Stedler vorbei an Lantinger für Platz 2. Und jetzt auf Platz 4 der Bulgarien, der Nummer 412. Jetzt kommt der Ilyan Yankov, aber leider technisches Pech für den Polsitzer, der 433. Leider ist das Clean Sweep für der Pilot aus Tschetschen leider nicht möglich. Clean Sweep not available, unfortunately. And we've got another couple of drivers, Kevin Wagner and Emmanuel Mai. The 444 and the 407 are out of the race on lap 7. It was all going so well, but look at this. Oliver Stedler ist ganz eng hinter, ganz in die Nähe von der Hinterachsel von der Manuel Kastel. Neuer Führender in dieses Rennen. Und gelbe Flagge am Kurve Nummer 2. Aber jetzt kommt den harten Zweikampf am Spitze des Felds zwischen Manuel Kastel auf der 406 für CS Competition auf dem Sodi Kart und der junge Deutsche Oliver Stedler auf den Startnummer 485 für Formula K SRP Factory Team. Den Vorteil zwischen den Top 2, das ist knapp über 1,5 Zehntel, eine Sekunde zwischen Kessel und Stedler. Und jetzt sind wir halbseitig dieses Rennen. 10 Runden ist vorbei. Nochmal 10 bis zum Ende dieses Rennen bei schwarz-weiß karierte Flagge. Und nochmal Pech für andere Piloten, besonders bei der 433. Leider für der Pavel Wimmer, der Kevin Wagner, der Emmanuel Mai, Christopher Sachser, Vakla Proschaka, Jason Deuverstein, André Döber und der Khalil Soda. So, jetzt haben wir nach 10 Runden im Moment, die fahren noch weiter. 28 von 36 Teilnehmern, die haben dieses Rennen gestartet. So, a little bit of a rate of attrition. We are down by 8 drivers out of the 36 starters. Emmanuel Kastel from CS Competition on the Sodi Kart, staying ahead of the young charger. Oliver Stedler, very, very impressive all weekend long, especially when he had that toe-to-toe battle. As well, there's been a few changes in the meantime because Mark Gestenkorn, the Swiss driver for Mach 1 Motorsport, is now up 11 spots and he's P5. Kevin Lantinger, unfortunately, the podium in the finals not going to come his way, but nevertheless, he's definitely made a good account of himself this weekend. Currently runs P6. Wir sind jetzt auf Runde Nummer 13 von 20. Und es geht immer weiter so mit dem Zweikampf am Spitze des Felds zwischen Herr Kastel und Herr Stettler. CS Competition gegen Formula K SRP Factory Team. A great battle between these two. Reminds me of Superheat B earlier on today between Stettler and Lanzinger. Und jetzt habe ich schon gesehen auf den Live-Timing, dass der Ilian Jankov aus Bulgarien, der 412 jetzt auf Platz 3 von Platz 8. Ilian Jankov was hoping to do a really good race. He spoke to me about that on the grid walk and said, yeah, I've got to keep the positive attitude and see if I can make it work, and he's doing exactly that. But Mark Gestenkorn, the man from Switzerland for Mach 1 Motorsport, is now through on Martin Antos. So change for 4th position. Six laps to go, and now it's time to put the feelers out, and Stettler nearly stuck his nose up the inside of turn 2 on Kastel. Kastel very quick to respond to that. I think it's going to be a case of not if, but when does Oliver Stettler pull the trigger and get through on Manuel Kastel. It could be sooner than you'd think. And he's really, really trying to push the envelope here with Stettler, but he's keeping with Kastel and keeping the championship leader very, very honest indeed. Aber für den Renndistanz dieses Finale bei KC2 Cup, 3/4 Renndistanz ist vorbei, nochmal 1/4 bis zum schwarz-weiß karierte Flagge und ganz eng zum Hinterachsel der Führende in dieses Rennen ist der Oliver Stettler gegen Manuel Kastel. Kastel has defended like an absolute warrior at this moment, but Oliver Stettler is waiting still. But I don't think that young individual from Germany is going to keep people guessing, and he tried to sweep to the outside of the top of the triangle as they come through into the final sector of the race of this lap. 4 to go, 4.8 kilometers remaining, and the gap is 87 thousandths. And now Stettler außerseits, Kurve 2 gegen Kastel und für den Startnummer 485 muss er nochmal versuchen. Der Kastel jetzt am 1 Punkt rund dieses 1202 Meter langen Streckenkurs hier in Cheb etwas Spezielles zu finden. Der Kastel zu überholen. Außerseits geht der junge Deutsche. Innerseits und dann, sie sind nebeneinander und endlich ist der Stettler vorbei. Nochmal 3 Runden bis zum Ende und das große Zweikampf könnte vielleicht nochmal ein Teilnehmer haben. Vielleicht der Ilian Jankov und auch jetzt der Schweizer von Mach 1 Motorsport jetzt kommt in diesen großen Kampf. Der Mark Gestenkorn ist auch wieder da, der 464. And I would say one thing, do not count out their leading Czech hope at this moment in time. On the Birolart, Martin Antos is there. Ich habe schon gesehen, grüne Flagge am Post 8, so gibt es gelbe Flagge vielleicht bei Post 7. 2,4 Kilometer bis zum schwarz-weiß karierte Flagge. Und jetzt hat der Oliver Städtler einen Vorsprung über 1 Sekunde vorne von Manuel Kastel. Ilian Jankov, der Bulgarien, auf Platz 3, vorne von der Schweizer. Marc Gastonkorn auf Platz 4. So something has happened. Oh no. Kevin Lantinga is out of the race. So is Eric Vess, I'm afraid. Oh, what could have been a different race for the man from the Netherlands. And here goes Gastonkorn on the inside. And he's got through on Ilian Yankov. And they touch wheels. Oh dear, that was so close. But Yankov is not going to let that one slide, I can tell you that much. Last lap underway. Nochmal ganz knapp über 1 Kilometer bis zum Sieg im Finale. Oliver Städtler, der junge Pilot aus Deutschland, der 485. Jetzt hat Vorsprung von knapp in die Nähe von 1,4 Sekunden über den Führenden in die Meisterschaftswertung nach dem Saisonauftakt in Mülsen. Manuel Kastel, der 406 von CS Competition. Und jetzt von, get this, P16 on the grid to 3rd place. What a comeback in the final by Switzerland's Marc Gastonkorn. Aber jetzt denke ich, dass der Mannschaft von Formula K kann jetzt feiern. Endlich Sieger in die Finale. Gratulation, Oliver Städtler. I did ask him if he was going to pull something special out of the bag. The young man from Germany did it, and a thumbs up from Manuel Kastel. That's how you earn respect. Oliver Städtler, now a race winner in the, and look at this, the SRP guys, including Mike, are going to be absolutely beside themselves. Mike Civica is going to be grinning like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. Städtler victorious after 24.04 kilometers of racing. Got through on Manuel Kastel. Marc Gastonkorn from the outside of row number 8 takes P3 ahead of Martin Antos with, well, I have to say, Ilian Yankov, the comeback king. Well, he didn't quite get the comeback he wanted, but you know what? A P5 is very respectable. Oscar Steinbach, Tomasz Kugela, André Pickel, Radek Vavra, and Jaden Gushigan round out the top 10. Adrian Martins aus Österreich, Platz 29 gestartet, jetzt über Start und Ziel Platz 11. Vorne von Karl Luthard, Valentin Knödel, Nico Bognar, Louis Esser und Sascha Dreher. Esser von Platz 28 bis zum Platz 15, Dreher von Platz 27 bis zum Platz 16, vorne von Yannick Remmert, Quintin van Leuven, Rick Hartmann und Dirk van Siftout auf Platz 20. Marcel Ernst, Maximilian Prederovic, Karl Liesmer, Matthias Purcell and Barry Gregory. Last to cross the line. 25 out of 36 drivers made the finish. Head of Thailand's Mark Svanic, who unfortunately retires on lap 18, 2 laps after Kevin Lantinga and Eric Vess. Pavel Wimmer, Kevin Wagner, Emmanuel May, Christopher Zaxa, Vaclav Prochaka, Jason Doverstein, Andre Duba and Khalil Soda round out the non-finishers. But Oliver Städtler, Sieger bei Finale hier im Cheb bei KZ2 Cup.
absolutely neck and neck. As always, GT4 Germany entertaining right there.
3 exciting finals so far, but we've got this one still to go. Mr. Albert Polson. Right, the driver that I do want to speak to. Let's have a chat. Another one, Leo Klok for CRG Netherlands. Let's see if we can. Leo. English.
Yeah, pretty good actually.
I'm glad to hear that. So, goedemiddag.
Yeah, goedemiddag.
You've been very, very fast all the weekend long through on CRG, but you've got very, very close competitors, including the 2 on the front row. What's the plan of attack for this afternoon?
So actually the plan is to get the win, but it's gonna be very hard, but I actually think we can do it.
Okay, thing from me.
Thank you very much.
So Leo Klok looking to go for be a tall order. As you can see, we've got a big amount, 25 of them, and well, we have got our championship leader right down the back of the grid, but you know what, we're going to leave these youngsters to get into the focus state of mind as we get ready for our final here at Cheb. So, gleich geht's los mit unserem vorletzten Finale hier bei Runde Nummer 2 für Deutsche Kart-Meisterschaft. Saison 2026, 12 Runden zu entscheiden, wer wird der Sieger bei der Finale für Mini. Here is the starting grid ahead of 12 laps. Albert Poulsen and Maddox Mason on the front row of the grid. Mikas Toro Lonsholm and Leo Klock round out the top 2 rows, followed by Noé Sulika and Ben Bernhard rounding out the top 3 rows on the grid. We'll check row 4 with Vaclav Rumlena and Vavra rounding that out. Leon Ossay and Laskin Kleiner completes the top 10. Auf Platz 11 startet der 309 Leandro Margaritis. Vorne von Philipp Pflanz, Oskar Boyners, Roman Meister, André Wilczynski, Jay Vermeulen aus Holland. Und dann Alexander Brauchmann, Matthias Cavulea, Vincent Oliverizo und Silvia Dobogay. Sie startet auf Platz 20. Vorne von Chris Leon Kalweit, Nick Meyer, Noah Kim, Viktoria Neverova, Tiske Woldinger und Pavel Bruschek auf Platz 26. Unfortunately, the 313 of Luka Matis Brixius is a non-starter, so 26 drivers will have 12 laps of competition for their final time this weekend here at Cheb. So the drivers now heading into the third and final sector. Temperature has started to drop in terms of the temperature itself. 17 degrees centigrade, 90% humidity. 14 kilometers an hour wind speeds to the southeast. As the front row starts accelerating into the tram lines we go. Poulsen on pole, Mason alongside. So, full start has been called. So the drivers will have to go around again for another formation lap. So far, Albert Poulsen has had 2 wins and a second. And in the superheat, Alex Mason confirmed as the race winner. But it all comes down to this. Who is going to take the victory after 12 laps of racing? It is Denmark and South Africa on the front row of the grid, followed by Denmark and the Netherlands, the Czech Republic, Germany. That is the 5 nations representing the top 6 drivers. As once again, second time of asking, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on. And it looks like we have gone racing. The drivers making their way up to turn number 2. As everyone trying to make their way through turn 2 nice and cleanly, 2 by 2 a little bit as one driver goes slightly off track. 2 wheels onto the grass, but it is going to be a Danish 1-2 as Maddox Mason has dropped behind Mikas Toro Lonsholm in the 3-2-3 from AF competition. So it is Poulsen Motorsport with Albert Poulsen on the Paralin and Lonsholm also on the Paralin with Maddox Mason for the Lanari Racing Team on the Kart Republic, rounding out the top 3. So Mason very close on the back bumper of Lundholm in front, out of the final corner. Lap 1 completed. Top 3 just covered by 0.142 of a second as Lundholm puts in the fastest lap of the race. 59.507. Mason, well, Maddox Mason in P3 might have been the slowest out of the top 3, but only less than half a tenth separating them at this point. They make their way through the technical mid part of the circuit before making their way towards sector number 3 of this 1,202 metre circuit. Biggest mover at the moment, Nick Meyer in the 374 for Motorsport on the Czech Republic chassis, has made up 8 places from 22nd. That's the outside of row number 11. But there's going to be a side-by-side. 315, Bastian Kleiner battling away with the likes of Leon Osei and Roman Meister in the 322. Das ist ein Dreikampf zwischen Platz 8, 9 und 10, zwischen die 3 deutschen Piloten. Schnellste Runde seit dieses Rennen, aber ein kleines bisschen Kontakt zwischen der Leon Osei und vielleicht der Bastian Kleiner auf der 315. Aber der Diener der 395, Albert Poulsen, bleibt Anführender dieses Rennen. Vorne von seinem Landesmann Lundholm. Der Südafrikaner Maddox Mason bleibt auf Platz 3. 3 Zehntel zwischen die Top 3 über Start und Ziel. Und jetzt Klock gegen Rumlena. Der Holländer innerseits und jetzt vorbei für Platz 4. Starkes Manöver für der Startnummer 394. Und jetzt ist der Roman Meister, der 322, jetzt von Platz 14 bis zum Platz 8 gegangen und gute Leistung bei der deutsche Pilot von TB Racing Team. But we are coming down to a third distance. 4 laps completed, 8 to go. A quarter of a second separates the top 3 at this point. A little bit further back there is a really intense duel between 2 drivers as Lundholm losing time to Poulsen through the twistiest stuff on the circuit here at Cartagena Cheb. Maddox Mason looking to see if he can get past at some point on Mikas Toro Lundholm. But at the minute, it is just about playing the longer game, waiting for your chance to strike. And at the minute, Maddox Mason feels it's not going to be at this moment. It might be with maybe a handful of laps to go, but Leo Klock has just put in the fastest lap of this race with a 58.290 after lap 5. And here goes Maddox Mason to the inside, goes the South African for Lanari Racing Team, through on Mikas Toro Lundholm. And pushes himself forward in the seat to help push the kart forward. Doesn't always work, mind you, but still a worthy try. Clark, however, is starting to close on the top 3. As we are about to hit half distance. We're on lap 6 out of 12. We'll have 6 to go after they cross the strike this time. A little bit further back, we've got the battle between Jan Vavra and I think Bastian Kleiner. Bastian Kleiner for ADAC Motorsport on the Energy Corsa chassis. And it is getting very close now. Look at this, 2.5 seconds between the top 6 drivers. Leo Klok back-to-back, fastest laps of the race as a young driver from the Netherlands, 58.144 seconds. And that was nearly 3/10 quicker than Lundholm, a tenth and a bit quicker than Maddox Mason, and then quicker than Albert Poulsen by less than a tenth. However, there has been a change afoot as the 322 has just made a move. That's going to be Roman Meister through on Ben Bernhard, I believe. Yes, in the 381. Nochmal ein Positionswechsel zwischen Roman Meister für Platz 7 gegen der 381, der Ben Bernhard. Und wir haben schon 5 Runden bis zum Ende dieses Rennen bei schwarz-weiß karierter Flagge, so 5 laps to go, including this one. Until the checkered flag to signal the end of the race, we have got one more final to go before the on-track activities here at Cheb conclude for DKM Round 2 2026. And another premier circuit on the calendar. And all 26 starters are still on track. And the total coverage from 1st to 26th, with Pavel Brušek in the number 346 rounding out the field, at this moment in time is just under 15.5 seconds from 1st to 26th. However, the battle for P1 is starting to really intensify. Leo Klok has now got through. Jetzt ist der Holländer vorbei an der Diener. Der 394 Leo Klok von CRG Holland. Jetzt auf Platz 3 geworden. Und auch den Zweikampf zwischen den beiden Piloten dann am Spitze Poulsen gegen Mason. Dänemark gegen Südafrika. Maddox Mason looking to see if he can maybe find a window of opportunity to get through on Albert Poulsen for the race lead. He looks to the inside here at the top of the circuit, and the South African has just made it work. Right on the inside. Poulsen gave him room, and that was the key point. He needed room to make that move work. But the good thing is now this puts Maddox Mason as the hunted. Albert Poulsen will get the slipstream coming across the start-finish line. They are not lifting through turn 1. Leo Klok now joins the fray. So does Mikas Torolunson. We've got a 4-kart scrap. And there goes Poulsen for the lead. Klok now through on Mason, who runs wide coming out of turn 2. And the South African's going to lose out very shortly if Václav Rumlina gets past. And that is not the case. Oh, well, that just goes to show when everyone's getting towards the last couple of laps, it is the case that sometimes a mistake can happen. And if you're the one that's leading, you're the one that's going to be at the behest of everybody else, because you've got to make the decision whether you're going to go wide or not. And Maddox Mason may not have had any other choice at that point. But Albert Poulsen now back in the race lead. Leo Klok in second. 2.4 kilometres to go. 2 laps of racing remain for minis here this weekend. So Leo Klok now 5.5 tenths of a second behind with 2.4 kilometres to go. And he's got Mikas Torolunson right behind. He was about 75 thousandths of a second adrift, crossing the line in comparison with the young Dutch driver. After this, 1 more lap to go. And Albert Poulsen will get a big amount of points. He led the way after the ranking after heats and then the final intermediate classification. That's 50 to his credit. And the way things are going, if he wins this race and it stands, that is 100 points, a maximum score. Clean sweep across the board for the youngster from Poulsen Motorsport on the Paralin chassis. Last lap underway, letzte Runde läuft. Und jetzt könnte vielleicht ein Clean Sweep für der Junge aus Dänemark. Albert Poulsen, der 395 auf der Parolin. Jetzt Kurve 2. Dann kommt Angriff von Lundsholm Richtung Klock für Platz 2. Leider in dieser wichtige Moment für den Südafrikaner, der Maddox Mason, leider an diesem Punkt wird es nicht möglich, den Podest zu erreichen an diesem Wochenende hier in Cheb. But you never can say that he didn't give it his all, as all clash sidewall to side pod between Lundsholm and Klock. But we come down to the final couple of corners. It is going to be a maximum haul of points heading into Amfing in just a few weeks' time. Albert Poulsen out of the final corner. The youngster from Denmark takes the win after 12 laps of racing. And the Danes celebrating. There we go. Look, Mum, no hands. Leo Klock takes P2 for CRG Holland. Mikas Toro Lundsholm takes third place, and on the last lap of the race, might not have gotten on the podium, but Maddox Mason takes the fastest lap of the race with a 57.935, finishing ahead of Vaclav Rumlena. Noy Sulitka, Roman Meister, Ben Bernhardt, Jan Wawra und Leon Ossai sind die letzten paar Piloten in den Top 10 nach 12 Runden dieses Rennstrecke hier am Kart Arena Cheb. Auf Platz 11 Bastian Kleiner, dann Leandros Margaritis. Vorne von Oscar Bäumers, Philipp Pflanz, Vincent Oliverizo. Auf Platz 15 vorne von Nick Meyer, Jade Vermeulen, Chris Leon Kalweit, Silvia Dobogay und Alexander Brauchmann auf Platz 20 über Start und Ziel gekommen. Andrei Wilczynski, Noah Kim, Viktorina Nevlova, Pavel Bruschek and Tiska Woldinger round out the 25 finishers. And unfortunately for Matthias Kavulea, the youngster from Germany in the 384, the race came to an end on the final lap. But Albert Poulsen sweeps the board with victories here this weekend for round 2 in the mini division.
Wir haben hier am Red Bull Ring mit dem DTM-Fahrerlager am Montag begonnen. Haben wir die ersten Striche ins Fahrerlager eingeklebt. Dann kommen nach und nach die verschiedenen Gewerke, wie die Porsche Hospitality oder auch unsere DTM Hospitality, die dann am Dienstagmorgen hier angefangen haben aufzubauen.
Wahnsinnige Atmosphäre, ich bin total happy, das Wochenende hier gewesen zu sein.
Wir haben eine unzählige Vielfalt an Berufen und wir sind natürlich auch total daran interessiert, dass gerade die jungen Leute zu uns kommen. Also ich würde sagen, es ist für jeden was dabei.
Es ist immer ein wahnsinnig schönes Gefühl, wenn man die Leute wieder auf die Straße bekommt. Aber eben auch als Veranstalter vom Motorsport finde ich es wahnsinnig toll. Wir machen das ja auch, weil wir gerne irgendwas mit Motoren machen.
Außerhalb von Deutschland, Österreich und der Schweiz ist die DTM in über 200 Territorien live oder real life zu sehen.
Herzlich willkommen aus der kompletten Damen German Airways Richtung Nürburgring. Heiße ich Sie auf herzlich willkommen.
kommt hier sehr, sehr nah an die Teams, man kann in die Garagen reingucken. Also es ist wirklich alles da und ich glaube, es ist einfach eine super Atmosphäre hier.
Scattering everywhere. But a little bit of contact. They run absolutely neck and neck. As always, GT4 Germany entertaining right there.
dobře, zpamatovala to, udělala to, já to musela změnit, změnila jako jízdu, věděla, kde to klouže, tak tam si dala bacha a pak jako to bylo.
Aber das war wirklich eng bei der Superheat heute Morgen mit dir und der Südafrikaner Matteo Mason. Das war wirklich eng. Ziel natürlich.
Ja, also auf jeden Fall macht es Spaß, mit den Jungs zu battlen. Wird jetzt auf jeden Fall nochmal ein spannendes Rennen. Mal gucken, wie ich am Start wegkomme und ob ich dann mich befreien kann nach hinten und dann die 17 Runden einfach auf P1 durchziehe und das Ding gewinne.
Ja, wenn man normalerweise ist überholt, zum Beispiel in den ersten paar Kurven oder den ersten paar Runden von 17 Runden hier bei Finale bei OKN Junior, man muss eine andere Strategie haben natürlich.
Ja, also meine Strategie ist einfach erstmal fahren und einfach Spaß haben. Mal gucken, was es wird.
Das ist gut zu hören, aber viel Glück. Let's speak to another South African on the grid. Matteo, you gave that man a run for his money earlier on today.
Yeah, I did. Just made.
Yeah, I mean that last double right and double left-hander coming onto here. I mean, can I ask you a question, honestly? Are you lifting going through turn one? Are you flat on the throttle?
Second, about a little lift. Yeah.
So you still got to have the stones to go through that corner, but nevertheless, you put yourself in a really good position against Henry on the front row. How are your nerves feeling right now?
I mean, I think I know up to myself I can win this final. And
South Africa. Matteo, good luck.
Thank you.
So that's our front row. Muss mal endlich Milan Rossi. Wie geht's dir?
Sehr gut. Bis jetzt.
Bis jetzt.
Ja.
Ein bisschen nervös oder sowas?
Eigentlich nicht.
Und was ist deine Strategie für diese Finale über 17 Runden in Cheb?
Ich versuche jetzt erstmal mit Henry nach vorne zu fahren und dann irgendwann ein Manöver zu setzen und dann vorne wegzufahren.
Und dann nochmal einmal Interview hier zu machen und von Arena Junior Team Sebastian Brandt. Guten Nachmittag.
Gut.
Bist du zufrieden auf Platz 4 zu starten bei dieser Finale? Es ist wirklich eng durch den ganzen Fan dieses Wochenende bei OKN Junioren natürlich.
Also ich bin sehr zufrieden. Ich gebe natürlich mein Bestes. Ich versuche alles so vorne zu kommen wie möglich. Aber ich bin wirklich sehr, sehr zufrieden.
Das ist gut zu hören natürlich, aber vielleicht kann man Podest vielleicht erreichen nach 17 Runden, Überstartungsziel und dann endlich ein bisschen zu atmen nach den Schritt als Karriereflagge, ne?
Ja, genau. Also mich würden die ersten 3 schon freuen. Genau, mich würde auch ein Pokal freuen.
Ja.
Genau, ja.
Dann Sebastian wünsche ich dir viel Glück bei die Finale.
Vielen Dank.
Okay, that's my time wrapped up because we have got one more race to go. Who's going to win OKN Junior here for the final race of round 2 for DKM 2026. Und jetzt ist soweit. Letzte Finale für diese Premiere bei DKM. Saison 2026 für Runde Nummer 2 von 5 hier am Kart-Arena Cheb. Hier ist die Startaufstellung für den OKN Junior Finale. Auf Pole Position startet der 214 Henry Möring und neben ihm am ersten Reihe der Südafrikaner Matteo Mason. Nummer 2 Milan Rossi und Sebastian Brandt. Reihe Nummer 3 Carlos Nies und Jindrich Svoboda. Dann der Paul Bernhard gegen Gustav Christensen auf Nummer 4. In den letzten 2 Piloten in den Top 10. Timothy Dobogai and Marvin Zimmerman. Bruno Greiling and Peter Mikes will start on row 6, as it looks like Nikolai Daniliv will not take the start. Emily Hoivers, Edin Kesarovic, Jonathan Meyer, Ben Ozdemir, Ruben Maritz, Stavros Sotos Francia, Patrick Ray Reinert and Marketa Humlinova rounding out the top 20. Emilia Erlas, Alex Häuser, Milos Boginski, Nick Ried, Diego Battaglia, Pierre Wolf, Christian Himmer Rasmussen and Elliot Spangtoft, both the latter 2 drivers on the grid from Denmark. Humidity has picked up again, but the air temperature has stayed the same. Wind to the southeast of 14 kph. So, can Henry Möring, who has got a maximum score across the board so far, still the current championship leader in the OKN junior class, he's already bagged 50 points to his credit. Alex Mason, so far, we've had 3rd of the ranking after heats, and then would be 2nd of the final intermediate classification. Which would put him ahead of Milan Rossi, who rounds out the top 3 on the grid. But it is DAC Motorsport versus Lanari Racing Team on the front row of the grid. Germany and South Africa represented. So jetzt sind wir bereit für den Start. Und jetzt so, Start ist nicht freigegeben bei Rennleiter Kevin Meinhardt. So, another formation lap, nochmal eine Formationsrunde. So, it is the case that the drivers will then have to once more go around for another formation lap ahead of their 17-lap final. Oh, and we've got someone who's stopped. So that is going to put us down to 27 drivers. So, nochmal ein zweites Versuch, dem Rennen hier bei OKN Junior bei die Finale zu starten. Jetzt kommt das Angriff am Start. Nun sind wir schon grün. Start ist freigegeben im Moment. Und der Henry Möring startet von Pole Position. Und jetzt bleibt er am Spitze des Felds. Vorne Milan Rossi. Dann auf Platz 3, Matteo Mason, vorne von Arena E, Pilot von Arena E Sachsen Junior Team, der 242. Sebastian Brandt, Carlos Nies auf Platz 5. Nee, Platz 6, weil ich denke, dass das Svoboda ist vorbei. Und jetzt versucht der Carlos Nies innerseits. Ui, 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 ui. Das könnte ein bisschen... man muss ein bisschen mehr vorsichtig sein, wenn man versucht zu überholen. Aber der Carlos Nies im Moment Zweikampf mit Gustav Christensen aus Schweden. Der ist vorbei für Platz 5. So now Möhring is ahead, but it is now Matteo Mason that is in P2 ahead of Milan Rossi. So 214, 228 and 244 are the 3 top drivers in this race at the moment. And oh right, Bruno Greiling has not started, so he is one that did not take to the start. There's a big gap starting to emerge between Ginger Svoboda from the Czech Republic in P4 and Gustav Christensen in 5th, and that gap was 1.1 seconds. Let's see how big it is now. It's 1.7. Schnellste seid jetzt bei der Matteo Mason auf Platz 2, 54,376. Rossi schnellst im 2. Sektor, Svoboda auf 3. Sektor, Mason auf 1. Sektor, aber jetzt wechselt das bis zum Startnummer 218, der Svoboda. Nein, und jetzt auf Platz 10, schnellster 1. Sektor dieses Rennen soweit, Edin Kesarovic auf der Startnummer 216. Top 4 look to be a lot closer. We are 2 laps down out of this race. Maybe, well, very shortly make that 3. Because now, well, Milan Rossi is closing in Svoboda. There's a lot of activities, a lot of drivers are very close in proximity. And that is going to be from Jonathan Meyer in 17th position all the way down to Nick Reed, who's tumbled down to 27th. And with 17 laps, that will be a total of 20.43 kilometres of racing completed. Carlos Nies edges through on Gustav Christensen. The Swede tries for the switchback on the German. In the 222, unable to facilitate anything, and they've got Marvin Zimmerman right behind. Zimmerman in the ADAC Motorsport Xpree 246 entry. And Sebastian Brandt started P4, just behind Matteo Mason. Now has dropped down to 9th place, but he is ahead of Edin Kesarovic. But make that Peter Mikes, he's just put in the fastest lap of the race. Now, has there been a change at the lead of this field as they go through into the Snake Complex? And let's see, has Henry Möhring lost out the lead to Matteo Mason? I think he might have done. And there is the change. Mason now in front. Möhring dives to the inside, gets through. And Matteo Mason still keeps it around the outside, and he's kept the lead. Well held by the South African in the 228. Henry Möhring goes defensive on Milan Rossi. And Svoboda makes it 4 drivers battling for the race lead. Double wave yellows at post 5. Oh dear, one's managed to get away from the scene of the incident. I think another one has as well, but there's someone who is stopped on the racing line. Gelbe Flagge am Post 5. But here comes Henry Möhring trying to get through on Matteo Mason. Mason admitting to me on the grid walk that he did make an honest mistake trying to defend through the final corner on the last lap of the race. So it's double waved yellows. Oh, right. And, well played by Svoboda, back straight out of it. So that is going to be Alex Häuser, Milos Baginski. Und für die beiden Piloten sind jetzt am Runde Nummer 5 vorbei. Möhring goes quickest overall in the opening sector. Matteo Mason has responded and done exactly the same in sector number 2. Und ja, das ist bestätigt bei der Nummer 255 aus Holland und der 267 von Polen, Häuser und Beginski. Leider für beide Piloten ist das Rennen leider vorbei an diesem Punkt dieses Rennens. Jetzt kommt der Möhring, Angriff Richtung Mason. Jetzt der Deutsche vorbei, aber kommt ein Wiederangriff von der Südafrikaner. Und jetzt ist auch der Rossi ganz neben, ganz hinten, sein Teamkollege von Lanari Racing. Svoboda bleibt jetzt auf Platz 4. 7 laps down, 10 to go. Möhring now through, back on Mason. And again, it is a cat and mouse game here at this point. And Möhring now trying to pull away. He did say that his strategy would be to do the following. Get to the lead, pull a gap, and then not have to worry about anyone else behind him. Aber noch jetzt, schnellste Runde seit dieses Rennen soweit, mit 9 Runden bis zum schwarz-weiß karierte Flagge. Jetzt geht der Matteo Mason gegen Svoboda auf den Chassis. 218 jetzt vorbeigehen für Platz 3 und jetzt der Milan Rossi jetzt weiter. Nochmal Positionwechsel auf Platz 3 in Richtung Svoboda gegen Mason. Der hat ja, hey, muss man vorwärts gehen. Stop fighting and go forward. So Matteo Mason is getting a little bit frustrated because of the fact that Svoboda is wanting to play musical chairs than trying to catch the two in front. And they have lost time, significant time because of that. And that equates to 1.8 seconds that those two have just lost based on Svoboda battling with Mason. Carlos Nies, I think, has just had Gustav Christensen now through on the CRG, the youngster from Sweden in the 219, past Carlos Nies in the 222. So more change afoot. Aber nochmal Versuch und jetzt vorbei, noch wieder. Und dann kommt das, well, I'm going to use the English vernacular. That is what you call the, come on, get it together, the think gesture. Tap on the right-hand side of the race helmet and now get your head down. That's what Matteo Mason needs to do. We've got 6 laps to go after this. And see how the race transpires, because Henry Möhring at this point has got a comfortable lead. But that gap of about 2.2 seconds between P2, Milan Rossi, P3, Matteo Mason, both from the Lanari Racing team. Matteo Mason's going to have to absolutely start flying around the circuit to get anywhere near that, and the gap has come down because Henry Möhring has just put in a 52.173, and Milan Rossi has just put in a personal best. So has Matteo Mason. So has Svoboda in P4. No improvement by Christensen. Nies has put in the fastest lap, a personal best, and is right on the back of the Swede on the CRG Holland entry, 2:19. But I think Matteo Mason, you know, he can hold his head up high about what he's achieved. And Henry Möhring, at this moment, is 4 laps away. Or 5 laps away, as we're on to lap 13 out of 17. So that is effectively 6 kilometers of racing left to go. Nochmal. Im Bild ist den Zweikampf zwischen der Pilot aus Schweden, der 219 Gustav Christensen, gegen der Pilot Startnummer 222 Carlos Nies über Platz 5 und ist der Peter Meix von Sumaco Team ZS. Ist nochmal schneller als die beiden Piloten vorne ihn. So 4 more laps to go, 4.8 kilometers of racing. And Henry Möhring has expanded his lead over Milan Rossi to what is now nearly 1.7 seconds. And all that Möhring needs to do is hit his marks, and then on that perspective, just keep on pushing forward and don't stop and release that gas pedal until you've got past the checkered flag for the final time, which will, in just a handful of minutes, conclude our on-track activities here for the second round of the German Kart Championship for 2026. Last year we did have a premiere at the season opener at Marienburg, and then this year we've waited until round 2 here to come over the German-Czech border, 15 minutes around from that part of Europe to Ostrava Cheb here at this circuit. And Henry Möhring is continuing to up the pace. He was a 10th and a half quicker than Milan Rossi, but an improvement by Matteo Mason, who is trying to pull a gap over Gingerich Svoboda to keep a hold of that 3rd place on the podium. So 2 laps to go, leading advantage 2.4 seconds between Möhring and Rossi. Noch 2 Runden bis zum Ende dieses Rennen und der Vorsprung, dass der Henry Möhring über Milan Rossi hat in dieses wichtige Moment, 2,4 Sekunden Vorsprung. Matteo Mason auf Platz 3. Gingerich Svoboda, einer der Piloten in den Kampf über die Meisterschaftswertung dieses Wochenende und für die ganze Saison. Svoboda von Mannschaft Hagemann Racing auf den X-Prix. Aber letzte Runde läuft nicht nur für diese Finale, aber für unsere Termine hier in Cheb. Henry Möhring now on the final lap, 2.7 seconds is his advantage, and the way this young man from DKM Motorsport is racing, he is going to take home a maximum score here in the Czech Republic. Nochmal ein paar Kurven auf diesen 17. und letzter Runde dieses Rennen bei die Finale für OKN Junior. Und eine gute Strategie zu haben in Meinung für der Henry Möhring. Und durch den letzten paar Kurven kommt der deutsche Pilot, der 214 Möhring, macht den Clean Sweep hier in Cheb. Henry Möhring for DKM Motorsport takes a clean sweep after 17 laps of racing, finishing ahead of Milan Rossi from Lanari Racing Team. It's a German 1-2 on the podium, and South African can be proud of Matteo Mason rounding out the top 3 in the 2.28. After 20.43 kilometers, Henry Möhring's average speed just over 50 miles per hour, if you want to convert it. Aber jetzt kann der Startnummer 215 jetzt feiern. Er ist der Nummer 1 dieses Wochenende. Gratulation für der Pilot von der Motorsport. So, Henry Möhring takes the victory in the last race of the weekend, race 25 of the meeting, and leading home in German 1-2 with the Linari Racing Team's Milan Rossi, P2, Matteo Mason for South Africa, P3, Gingerich Svoboda, 4th, ahead of Gustav Christensen for Sweden, Carlos Nies, Peter Mikes, Marvin Zimmerman, Edin Kesahovic, Sebastian Brand, rounding out the top 10, Jonathan Meyer, Marketa Rumlinova, Elliot Spanktoft all the way from 20, well, what would have been last place, ends up 13th, head of Ben Özdemir and Timothy Dobogai rounding out the top 15. Paul Bernhardt, 16th, head of Ruvan Maritz, Stavros Sotos Francia, Pierre Wolf and Emilia Urlas rounding out the top 20 over the line after 17 laps. Emily Hoivers, Patrick Ray Reinhardt, Diego Battaglia, Nick Reed and Christian Himmer Rasmussen rounds out the 25 finishers. Unfortunately for Alex Weiser and Milos Beginski, the race came to an abrupt end on lap number 5. And 2 non-starters, Bruno Greiling and Nikolai Danilev. So, ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude the on-track activities. Podium is scheduled for 4:30 p.m. So, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, das ist alles für den spannenden Rennaktion hier auf die Strecke bei Katharina Cheb. Und wir wissen, dass die Siegerehrung für alle Klassen am heutigen Sonntagnachmittag startet um ungefähr 16:30 Uhr. So we'll hopefully see you very soon at the podium celebrations here at Katharina Cheb to celebrate our premiere here on the second round of the season before we head to Kartbahn Ampfing, and that will take us to the midpoint of the season between the 17th and the 19th of July. So we'll see you a little bit later on for live presentations for our top 3 in the respective classes here at Katharina Cheb in a little while. Okay, firstly, good afternoon, guten Nachmittag, herzlich willkommen zum Siegerehrung für die zweite Runde von DKM 2026 hier in Kart-Arena Cheb. Hello everybody, good afternoon and welcome to the prize ceremony for the second round of the 2026 Deutsche Kart-Meisterschaft series here at Kart-Arena Cheb. Firstly, I'd like to ask for everyone to please provide a big round of applause for the circuit to host us. So please make some noise for Kart-Arena Cheb, please. Now, just a little bit of housekeeping. We will be running through the podiums in the respective order of the finals. So firstly, we will go to OKN for the final. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to third spot on the podium, representing Germany and ADAC Motorsport, Ben Goetz. Please welcome your runner-up to the second step of the podium, representing the Czech Republic and MVM Racing, Martina Romlinova. And your winner in the final, also representing the home nation, the Czech Republic, and from Lanari Racing Team, Jakub Kamenik. And also, I would like to call a representative from the winning team, from Lanari Racing Team, Stephen Lanari. So, ladies and gentlemen, please remove your hats as we play the national anthem of the Czech Republic.
Take it on yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, your top three for OKN. So, firstly, we'd like to ask Ella from the organisation to present the third place trophy, ladies and gentlemen, to the man who I've nicknamed Houdini, Ben Goetz, third position. Now awarding the second place trophy to our runner-up, Martina Romlinova. And the winner's trophy to Jakub Kamenik. And Stephen Lanari will now receive the winning team's trophy for round 2. And if we could ask for everyone to get on the podium. Stephen, if you'd like to stand next to Jakub. Okay, right. Jakub, before you scamper off, you know what, let's go over here. Yes, when I spoke with you, it was the helmet on. Now this time with the helmet off. You were cool as a cucumber, really, really relaxed, but how does it feel to win here on home soil? And obviously Martina bringing a 1-2 across the line for the Czech Republic. It was a fierce battle out there.
It was a battle till the end, and honestly it was really close, and one lap more and it could be even more dramatic.
Well, congratulations, well done. Your winner for round 2 in OKN, Jakub Kamenek, ladies and gentlemen. So, next up, we go to our top 3 for our top tier class to KZ2. So please welcome to the third step of the podium, representing the Czech Republic and Formula K SRP factory team, Matej Price. Next up, your runner-up, representing Formula K SRP factory team and France, Emilien Denner. And your winner for round 2, representing the Czech Republic and TB Racing Team, Marek Skrivan. And ladies and gentlemen, representing TB Kart Racing Team, their representative, please welcome to the podium, Thomas Palmüller. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we hand out the trophies, once again, it is time to play the national anthem for our winner, representing the Czech Republic. Brilliant. Congratulations to our top 3. And Ella from our organisation here at the Deutsche Kart-Meisterschaft will present the 3rd place trophy to Formula K SRP's Matej Price. The runners-up trophy going the way of Emilien Denner. Congratulations. And the trophy for our race winner for TB Racing Team, Marek Skrivan. And then, of course, we can't forget to give the winning team's trophy to Thomas Palmüller. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, your appreciation for our top 3, the winning team's representative for KZ2. Okay, Julie's come through. Right, okay, Marek, before you go, I've got to have a quick word. So not only Jakub, but you also win here at Kart Arena Cheb. The team really gave you a really great kart, obviously. It's a shame about, obviously, what we've seen in some of the racing, but still, you managed to get the job done. Well, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. To be honest, the team has done the work perfectly, so I'm really happy for that, and the whole weekend was amazing.
Obviously, there's the next focus, middle of July at Ampfing. How are you looking forward to that one? Very different track than Cartagena, Cheb.
Yeah, it's for sure it's different. I have to go there for testing, and we're gonna be preparing for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner in KZ2, Marek Skrivan. Okay, we now head to KZ2 Cup. Firstly, let's welcome our third place driver to the rostrum. A brilliant comeback in the final, representing MAC 1 Motorsport from Switzerland, Mark Gestenkorn. Your runner-up in the final, representing CS competition and Germany, Manuel Kastel. And your winner, representing Formula K, SRP team and Germany, Oliver Stadler. And could we please ask for the winning team's representative, Michael Schott, to please come on forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the national anthem of Germany. Right, now time to hand out the trophies, with the third place trophy going the way of Mark Gestenkorn from Switzerland. A great fight back from outside of the top 15 to hit the top 3. Our runner-up, Manuel Kastel from Germany, but a very, very impressive performance by the winner, Oliver Stadler. And of course, Michael Schott getting the winning team's trophy. So if we could ask for everyone to be on the podium. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, show your love, make some noise for our top 3 in KZ2 Cup. Well, that definitely means that Mr. Stadler has been christened, let's say. Aber Oliver? Nee. Ich werde nur etwas bei dir sagen. Tolle Leistung, Glückwunsch.
Vielen Dank.
Oliver Stadler, everybody. You see, he's gone bright red, folks, but you know what? A deserving winner. Right then, penultimate podium of the weekend as we go to the minis. So, first of all, in third position, representing South Africa and the Nanari Racing Team, Max Mason. Your runner-up, representing Denmark and AF competition, Mikas Lundstrom. And your winner, also representing Denmark from Poulsen Motorsport, Albert Poulsen. And could we also ask for the winning team's representatives to step forward? Bjarne Havn. So, ladies and gentlemen, could we please ask for some silence for the playing for the national anthem of Denmark? Okay, now time to hand out the trophies as the third place trophy in the mini final goes the way of Max Mason. And Mikas Stolomunto will now take home the second place trophy. And our winner, Albert Polston, on the top step for the podium. And of course, Jan taking the trophy for the winning team's representation. And we could like to very shortly ask for everyone to be on the top. Well, Bjarne, if you'd like to go alongside Albert on the top step, please, so we can have a group photo. Okay, thank you very much. I think the last word, I'll wait for Albert to come down the steps because it's not exactly that easy carrying a race helmet and a trophy. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm feeling very good and very proud of the result.
You didn't have it all your own way though, did you?
No, it was a very good fight at in the final and a lot of pressure, but I got the job done and I'm very glad for that.
Well, all I'm going to say is, if you say so, Albert Polston, you winner, ladies and gentlemen. Now we do have our final podium of the weekend as we go to OKN Junior. In third position, representing South Africa and Lanari Racing, Matteo Mason. In second place, representing Germany and also Lanari Racing Team, Milan Rossi. And your winner, representing DKM Motorsport and Germany, Henry Merring. And could we ask for the team representative from DKM Motorsport to come forward? Philip Belkaver, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, could we please observe some silence once again for the playing of the national anthem of Germany. And now time to hand out the trophies for the final time today, with Matteo Mason taking home the 3rd place trophy. The 2nd place trophy going to Milan Rossi. And the winner's trophy to Henry Möhring. With Philip taking the trophy on behalf of DKM Motorsport. Philip, if you'd like to stand next to Henry on the top steps so we can get a group photo, please. Ladies and gentlemen, for the final time, show your love, make some noise for your top 3 in OKN Junior here at Kart Arena Cheb. Okay, nochmal ein Interview mit Herrn Möhring. Erstens, Glückwunsch.
Danke sehr.
Wir haben schon am Startaufstellen gesprochen über deine Strategie, aber dann, ich habe schon gesehen, okay, dann kommt der Matteo, dann kommt der Milan hinter von dir und dann musst du irgendwo denken, okay, das kann passieren, dass ich könnte den Führenden verloren am Spitze des Felds, aber du hast das versucht und du hast das Ziel erreicht natürlich.
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Es war auf jeden Fall ein spannendes Rennen. Es war auch anstrengend, aber sonst war eigentlich alles super, hatte einen guten Speed und dann bin ich weggefahren und habe das Rennen auf 1 zu Ende gebracht.
Und nächste Termine, wir sind Mitte Juli am Anfang. Fühlst du, dass vielleicht dass die Leistung, die Pace wird nochmal stärker da sein?
Ja, denke ich schon. Also hoffe ich natürlich, aber ich denke, das wird nochmal was. Also ja.
Henry, Gratulation mit dem Sieg. Henry Möhring, everybody. So, realistically, for those watching on the ADAC Motorsports YouTube channel,
Say something.
hey, wir sehen uns Anfang 17. bis 19. Juli für Halbzeit der Saison DKM 2026. Von meiner Wenigkeiten, eure Moderator dieses Wochenende, Alex Goldschmidt. Wir sehen uns.